There we go, there we go. What's up, PG King? What's up, Derek? Sorry for the slow start. I'm a little bit unused to be back. It's been a while, but let's go. So, I just want to summarize first. Last year I think we did a lot of cool stuff. As usually, I might have gone too deep into certain things. I want 2026 to be a little bit more streamlined, and I'm currently working on I'm trying to perfect a roadmap for 2026 and this project, because at the end of 2026 I would like to have something playable from start to end in this game. A very simplified, streamlined, not feature complete version of the game that is playable, you know? So like every task I make and every task I include in this roadmap will hopefully eventually lead me to that goal. So that's my hope, that we will see. Like, I won't put too much time into very specific things, but instead work on a lot of different stuff and just make them work, and we can make them, like, we can perfect them later on. I want to, like, when I do something new, when I create a new system or create some new visual this year, I want to be able to leave it at like 90%. So we have some ads going out on Twitch right now, so I'm just gonna stop right there with the summary and the goals of 2026. Or I will stop with the goals of 2026 and move to the summary of like where we left off things. And the last thing we did in 25 was to work on the creatures. We actually created the first creature, and the way we generate the creatures is by using the Unity graph toolkit. I think that was the last month or something like that of 26 we spent on that one. And do we have it here? This is the old system. Where do we have? Welcome back, PG King. I'm gonna continue rambling in a sec. I'm just trying to navigate where we left off. Could it be? Let's see here. Scripts, creature, visuals, generation. Node system data. Somewhere we should have something called creature graph, I thought. Let's do Stan. Here we have it. creature visuals generation node system. Did I actually put it there? Okay, let's see. Here we have it. Okay, so I was just about to say that, like, hopefully at the end of 26 we will have a game that is actually playable from start to finish, no bells and whistles, and we're going to keep it simple. And what I'm going to try 26 is, like, I want to avoid going too deep into very specific certain things, so I'm going to do my best to leave something at like 90% done. So for instance, when we create some new visual shader or some new script functionality, we're going to make it work, we're going to make it look okay, and then we're going to move on to the next thing. And later on we might go and dive deeper into the different functionality. Yes. And now, like today, I guess, like hopefully we can start some fun new stuff today. I have a little bit of a plan on what I want to do today and the next couple of days. But first of all, I just need to get back into it, you know. I haven't opened this project since like 20th December, right? Derek, hey Robin, just put some stuff in the creative channel of the Discord. It's just some GIFs of my suggested technique which using super simple ray marching of SDFs. Shared that based off of the title, which says you're working on blob creatures. Perfect, love it. We'll definitely check it out. And the idea is to work on blob creatures later on this stream. PG King, so I heard that you're sticking with this project until you have a playable from start to finish. That's awesome to hear. Hell yeah. But like the goal now is to have something playable from start to finish. A very like basic version of this game at the end of 26. That's what I'm gonna work towards at least. We'll see where we end up. But I'm being optimistic. Yo, what's up Nexus? And yo, what's up Harukanan? We're back at it indeed. Hope you had an amazing, or have had an amazing start to 26, by the way. Okay, so the last thing we did in 25 was to work a lot with, can we open this one up? Here we can. The Unity Graph Toolkit, and we actually successfully implemented an editor version and a runnable version of this graph, which I guess the editor version of the graph specifies how we generate a Sten creature, and the runnable version generates it at runtime. I think I recall most of this. We're gonna try that knowledge today because the idea is to continue working on creatures now, but we're gonna move away from Sten. It's 90% done, so we're gonna leave it where it's at, and we're gonna implement the next creature, the blob creature. So it's gonna be very basic. It's gonna have a simplistic look initially. The only the reason I'm moving away from Sten to this blob creature is because this blob creature will actually have some needs and stuff, and most importantly it will be able to move, which means that we can start programming the action oriented so we can give this blob some like attributes for hydration and saturation, and when they are low enough we're going to spawn some needs, and those needs will control what this blob will want to do, like search for food and stuff like that. Hopefully soon enough we will have a scene where we have our terrain and we have a couple of blobs running around looking for food, basically. Harukanen got fired 2 days before New Year's, so yeah, that's terrible timing. I'm sorry to hear, man. I'm sorry to hear. Me and my family are doing fine. Thanks for asking. Hope you had a nice New Year's Eve, despite the firing. What a bad ending to a year. Okay, so we're gonna start easy and slow today, and I want to tie it together with what we did at the end of 25. So we're gonna create a simple blob generation here. We're probably just gonna generate a sphere, icosphere, I think, and then we're going to create a new shader because I want to be able to support a transparent material that can still have outlines. So that's what we're going to do. And then when we have that one, I want to try and spawn, or like I want to create rigs in game, basically. So I want to create a rig and an armature for this blob. It's just going to be one bone initially, and then we can make it move around, and yeah, we'll take it from there. And Derek, I'm going to check out that thing you linked on Discord. One sec. Well, I got 5 months to find a new one before I have to walk down to the Arbetsförmedlingen. Yeah. Could be doable, right? You're like spot on, Derek, when it comes to like ray marching and SDFs and creating nice creatures. Love the images you've posted in the Discord, by the way. Please feel free to share a few more resources and stuff like that, like resources you used when you started programming SDFs and the related ray marching, because I definitely want to look into that eventually. We're going to start simple today though, and just do it the mesh way with a simple shader. Right. So we're going to do this one first. And I don't want to have this one as test anymore. One sec, how did I solve? Where do we have? Experiment scene, node system tester. Did we actually just do it like this? Derek, sure thing, I will post it in Discord. Appreciate it, appreciate it. PG King, so I know this is early, but what do you think the music will be like in your game? Oof, I have no idea. I'm thinking a lot of... I'm a big fan of like environmental ambience. So birds and winds and stuff like that. And then we're just gonna have very subtle music, I think. Maybe like a lone piano or something like that. Harukanen, if you know someone who needs a nerd, then let me know or send them to my site. Link me your site, will do. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's see here. What I'm a little bit perplexed by is that we don't have... Maybe we should just start by removing the old stuff we don't need no more, like visuals generators here. And attribute generators we're gonna leave. PG King, that sounds very fun, so very chill music, a bit like RimWorld. Unfortunately, I haven't played RimWorld, but probably. I think Minecraft has pretty chill music in the overworld most of the time, right? Something like that. Yeah, it's gonna be very chill music. No stress. A lot of ambience is what I'm gonna aim, or that's where my thoughts are at least. But yeah, okay. Okay, so let's start by removing the old stuff, and I want to see creature definition visual object. Creature definition visual objects. Okay. Place visual object. Okay, this is old stuff. Harukanen, yeah, Minecraft music is amazing. Yeah, indeed it is. I love it. C418 makes really good stuff. What is C418? Or who is, rather? Yeah, minimalistic ambient work. That's what C418 is famous for. And that's the shit I love. He made the Minecraft music, alright? Okay, so first of all, what I want to do is I want to remove... We have an old system here, modules. I think I want to remove all of these actually. That's the old stuff I don't want to use anymore. Generation module interface is probably something we want to remove as well. Yeah. Apply debug. Yes. Visuals generator. I don't think we use this one anymore at all. Nope. Okay. Haruganan, I know a guy who might be interested. I Heart Funny Boys, husband Coda. He's a music nerd. Thank you for the link. Appreciate it. Let me add it to my document. That might be useful later on. Yeah, if I'm aiming to have a playable downscaled version of the game at the end of 26, we're probably gonna need some music, some sound. And although I can do temporary sound or quote-unquote coder art type of sounds, it would be nice to have something nicer for music, you know? Creature definition, we're gonna remove this one, and attribute generators. So what we want to have here instead is our new system. So we're gonna refer PG King, if you want, I could give you some placeholder music at some point if you want. I don't want to push you or anything. That would be pretty damn good. I will definitely send you a message when it's time, PG King. I appreciate it, appreciate it. Like my... yeah, like I want to do as much as I can to avoid my placeholder music and sound effects. Fucking hell, they are not good. Okay, so here we have creature sten definition, and then we're gonna have a graph. Here's the thing though. Like, I'm wondering if I want this. I probably want this graph, so this one, to let's see here, replace this one, I think. But the only problem being or maybe that's not such a good idea. Currently this is visuals only. The question is if we do want to generate like attributes and other stuff here as well. Maybe. We'll get to that eventually, but for now we're gonna do this one, creature generation editor graph. Do we have runtime? Creature generation runtime graph. Yep. So we're gonna do creature definition. One sec, why do we have serialized? Ah, yeah, okay. Yo, what's up, Antonino? Long time no see indeed. How's it going? It's going pretty good. First stream in 26, you know. Gotta get back into stuff. Familiarize myself with where we left off. But yeah, it's going good. How about you? Hope 26 is treating you all right so far. Okay, so I think we're just gonna do serialized field here, honestly. And we're gonna have a private creature generation. Creature generation runtime graph iteration. I'm wondering here if this one is gonna have a function for... Okay, so if we have a scriptable object that defines our different creatures, but those scriptable objects are referenced in code, and they also have a function or a method for generating an instance of said creature. Maybe. But let's see here, we need to include this one, right? Or I guess we can just do... visual graph or visual generation graph. And I'm wondering if we want to have a public creature create instance, something like that, and then we go to creature generation runtime graph iteration. So this is what generates it, actually. So like this one defines how it's generated, this one actually generates it. And we get creature eventually. This one has a cache and stuff like that. Okay. Generation graph. So creature definition, when we do create instance, we want to do creature. That's not how I want to do it, but we're going to do creature instance is equal to new creature generation runtime graph iteration, and the graph we want to send in is visual generation graph. Yeah, we're gonna... let's call it visual generation graph iteration. And then we do creature instance is equal to, and now we specify like it's a visual generation graph iteration, but we actually get a creature from it, but that's okay. And we call generate, and then we just return creature instance. I think we want to do like, I think we want to do a lot more in this method eventually, like attributes. So here we just create like the visual object of it. I guess it's very comparable to a prefab, you know. Antonino, my situation at home is improving. My mother's health has improved, and yesterday I took an exam in distributed programming and cloud computing. Yeah, that sounds good. All of that sounds nice. That's a good start to 26, right? Hope it continues improving. Okay, I want to try this, but we're gonna wait a little bit first because I have some other stuff I want to tend to. But is this enough? Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Yeah, we're just gonna make a simple, let's see here, creature, visuals, creature. Let's create a simple creature spawner. Click create issues. Creature spawner. Because we want to be able to spawn creatures, and I want this creature spawner. So this creature spawner is going to handle in my game like when and where to create or spawn creatures. I haven't really decided exactly how it's going to be done, but for now we're going to make it extremely simple. We're just going to specify a list where we specify which creatures it should spawn, and then they will spawn all of them at the like runtime start. So we can iterate quickly. Antonino, how are things going for you? 26 have started. I'm not complaining, like everything is nice and fine, but it has been a little bit fragmentic, if that is a word. Like I haven't been able to keep my same routine. But I'm working on it, working on getting the routine back in place and stuff like that. Which, like streaming is one part of that routine, I guess. So it feels very good to be back. Okay. Let's go to creatures here, and I'm just gonna create it here actually. I'm still not entirely happy with the word creature. Monster sounds way better to me, but whatever. Creature spawner. Did I put it in the wrong? Yes, I did. This is eventually going to be a type of singleton object controlled by the game controller, I reckon. Or the environment controller, maybe. But for now, we're not going to make it into a singleton. It's just going to be a default mono behavior object, you know? creature spawner. And what do we want to do here? Maybe we want to add a namespace. Oops. Game.creatures is fine. And creature definition spawn. Yeah, why not? But we want to change this one to an array. And like this. This one we can remove and change this one to spawn creatures. This one is not going to return anything, it's going to be void. And then we do... Yeah, we want to do this in awake, I think. Spawn creatures like this, and now we can start implementing it. Antonina, I'm sorry you haven't been able to fully get back into your routine. You were starting to become a constant during my work. I listen to you practically daily for company. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Like, that's what I want to be here for. Like, I want to motivate you, and you motivate me. I love it. That's why I'm a little bit sad that at the start of this year I will only be able to stream like 2 times a week. Mondays and Tuesdays, but hopefully we can get like Friday into there eventually. But yeah, busy. So hopefully I can keep you company on Mondays and Tuesdays. So here we just want to do for each creature definition yeah, something like that. Creature instance, definition generate instance, transform position. That's true. We're gonna have to have a position here as well. Although okay, when we set the position here, I want to do an environment controller. Environment controller has a reference to terrain base. Terrain base has dimension. I want to get a random point within this dimension, I think. Do we have math one sec. Okay, so we have a dimension. Don't we have bounds? Terrain patch, base mesh bounds. We have a lot of bounds, but not really for base mesh. We don't have any bounds for this one, do we? We do have dimension. So yeah, I think we're gonna make a bounds available here. Transform point, what do we have? let's do math extension. Random. So I don't think bounds has one, so let's do... Mega Burger, have you thought about getting local AI and implementing it in VS Code? You mean by, as opposed to like relying on some cloud AI? I mean, like Microsoft already has access to all of my code since I've been using GitHub since forever. So like I'm entirely fine with just relying on Copilot. I have been like wanting to try something to run something locally. Definitely when I start generating a lot of more stuff. But I haven't pulled the trigger just yet. Okay, so here we have a random point. Let's see, terrain base. Because what I want to get is... maybe we can just do a random point here, actually. But how useful is a method in terrain base for getting a random point? Like, how often are we actually going to use it? Getting the bounds on the other hand, that's probably a bit more useful. Or reusable. So I think we're gonna do public bounds. Can we just do it like this? Return new bound. We don't need returns here. Bounds. And here we do transform.position. And then we have size. That's just dimension, isn't it? And that's about it. Bounds. And then we can do in creature spawner, when we set the position here, we do environment controller. Now I think we're going to do game.environment dot controller dot terrain bounds, and then we can do random point, right? Game extensions. Something like that. Unfortunately, this means that we will probably be able to spawn creatures under the terrain. So let's just add let's add some stuff here. Header. creatures to spawn. Creature setup. Something like that, and then we take this one and we add, maybe we can put it here, spawn position offset plus this one. Let's see, Mega Burger. A local AI is free AI if you don't think about the electricity, but depending on what and when you pay for it, it might be worth it. Megaburger, sadly you need to find the best AI for each language. Yeah, what languages are you programming in? Like, I've been starting to, like, I want to play around in Godot a bit, so I tried looking up like what is the recommended AI for Godot, and sadly I couldn't find a good answer. Maybe I didn't look hard enough though, but we'll see. Yeah, eventually I want to do, like, I want to do some generation. I want to generate, like, textures. And, like, getting good image generation. You're probably gonna have to pay for it, but if I could run it locally, it would be nice. Mega Burger, maybe some C# soon when Unity class starts. Probably, if it's a Unity class. Okay, we're just gonna leave creature spawner like this right now. Very simple. Hopefully we can spawn some stuff with it. We're not gonna try and spawn the honestly, do I want it to be I don't know if I want it to be spawned at a random position. Maybe we just want to spawn it at 0, 0, 0. What do we have in Syria? Yeah, maybe we do. So maybe we can do this first. We're gonna have this eventually, but for now we're just gonna do, well, let's do this. So we can try it. Sadly, 32 GB RAM is a bit too low if you're going to run locally AI. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, let's create an empty. We're gonna call it creature spawner. Creature definition. So these are the ones we wanna spawn, and we're gonna start with, first of all, we have this creature definition here, Sten, and we have visual generation graph. We're gonna put this one here. And I also want to move this one from here to here. And we're gonna rename it as well. It's gonna be called Creature Visual Generation Graph. Okay. PG King, so that's why RAM is so expensive right now. Yeah, it fucking sucks, man. It sucks. And then we have it here. Okay, so creature spawner, and then we can put this definition here. And if we want to create 2 of these, we just add it like this. And that's very simple. And we're gonna do 050. But I don't want to spawn Sten. So we're gonna define our blob creature and spawn it. And we're gonna do it by adding a new folder here. Let's see, we have base models here which we don't use anymore. We have iMaterials, iModel. I don't think we use this one. I think we use these 2. Maybe we're gonna look into it soon. Okay, and then we have this one, Creature Sten Prefab. This one we definitely don't use anymore. But I'm gonna wait a bit here. Animator. Okay, so the only thing we need initially here is a creature definition. And a creature generation graph. Is this? Failed to find end node. Yeah, okay, so this is something we need to fix, definitely. So if we have an empty, it fails to find end node. So let's fix that one real quick. Or actually that's exactly what we want to happen. So never mind. But let's do add node. And creature. And then we also add a game object instantiator. So this should be, we spawn an empty game object. We add a creature component to it, and that's about it. Now we should be able to save this one, not get any errors, and we should hopefully be able to play with this one. Let's just do creature spawner. I want to add the blob here as well. This one. Okay, let's see what we have. Do we have an error? It seems like we do. One sec though. Okay, object reference y. Try get output graph. Do I not set graph here? Cache. We create this one here. Okay, so first we do spawn creatures, and then we do 23, generate instance, which leads us to this one. Generate it's definitely like we don't set this one graph. Start node. Okay, do we not find this? Okay, so it's probably start node, which we set here. Generation to runtime nodes, end node. Yeah, if we don't find an end node, this would happen. So we do find an end node. And visual generation graph. We can see here that we have game object creature runtime node and game object instantiation runtime node. Did I forget to? Yeah, maybe I did. Sorry about that. First stream in a while. That's what I'm gonna chalk it up to. We actually need to set this one, this visual generation graph here as well. ID string. Stand. Let's wait with attributes. And now let's start and try. Okay, now we don't have any errors. That's good. We have a new game object here without a name. We have a creature here. Here's what I'm wondering. Should creature... Yeah, we probably want to have a reference to creature definition in the creature itself, because when we're gonna have a lot of information like sprites and stuff like that in the creature definition, and when we hover over a creature we want to be able to quickly get those creature definitions or sprites. It's just like it's probably a good idea. So we need to set that. That's one thing we need to do. We want to set a name on this object as well. So we probably want to set the name in generate here, visual generation graph iteration. So at the end of this one we have a creature. This one doesn't really create instance, creature instance here probably. Creature instance dot name equal to display name plus time dot time. But that's not going to be random enough, so something like that. So we have display name, no, ID string probably. Blob, the time it was spawned, and just a random value. PG King, your music is so chill. I love it while I'm in a meeting. Yeah, like you can find a link to the music in my description, like chillhop.com. Fucking amazing. Creator friendly as well, which I really appreciate. Like, I think almost all the music used in my devlogs and shorts are from Chillhop. And then we have, yeah, like sometimes I have periods of no music during my streams. That's usually because I've got some false copyright strikes and I just lose it, so I just disable the music for a while. But I thought, new year, let's try again. Okay, so now we should have a good name on it as well in the scene hierarchy. Something else I want to do. Let's try this name actually. Blob 0. Okay, yeah, of course. And we're gonna replace this one with this instead. Derek, I went over onto Discord and typed you up pretty much all of the most valuable stuff I've learned about it, and included some awesome references, videos, and links to stuff I've used about ray marching, that is. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure we will see, or I will use it soon. Definitely Q1, Q2 of 26. So I appreciate it, Derek. Thank you so much. Okay. So what I want to do now for this one is I want to add a model to it, creature blob. We're gonna keep this one empty, but I want to add we want to have some form of mesh here. Dynamic mesh generator. And I want it to be an icosphere with some radius. The radius we're actually gonna add. Fuck, I love this graph workflow. Random editor node. We're gonna do a random float between a blob that is that has a radius of 0.5 meters is pretty damn big, isn't it? Fuck it, I think I want to have big blobs. So we're going to do between 0.2 and 0.5. This is eventually something we're going to include in like the definition of the blob. We're going to be more specific with the random values here. So like, hopefully soon enough my roadmap will be done for 26 and I can show you it. But like, one of the core gameplay loop things I want to have in this playable version at the end of 26 is breeding. So that is like, let's say that we have a few, like we have a lot of blobs and we want to breed these blobs in such a way that we get big blobs. So maybe we want to we want to get a blob that is 0.5 radius, which means that we're going to take the two biggest blobs we currently have and we're going to feed them and we're going to make them happy, so hopefully they will want to breed. And because if you breed two big blobs, you will have a higher probability of getting a big blob as a child. And if you want to have smaller blobs, you would want to breed the smaller blobs, you know. So we're gonna make all of that work, but we'll get to it. Derek, of course, is absolute favorite technique, so I'm excited for when it comes around. Lol, yeah. Like ray marching is, I love it. I think my first experience with it was, I think it was rendering medical 3D scan images. That's when I first used ray marching. Either that or rendering a type of like fluid simulation. But either way, I've been in love with it as well ever since that. Keep ratio, yeah, whatever. Okay, so we create an icosphere that has a radius between 0.2 and 0.5 meters. And then we want to mesh, dynamic mesh to mesh. And then we want to have add mesh, I thought, mesh, set mesh. Okay, so now we will hopefully have an icosphere subdivision 1, maybe. Rounding 1. What I would like to have here as well is a rigid body. How did we solve the rigid body previously? Maybe we didn't. Because if we don't have a rigid body, we do have a collider, if I recall. Set collider, editor node. But we don't have a rigid body. Okay. This is beautiful. Okay. Let's save this one. We're gonna add material eventually, but I want a collider and I want a rigid body as well. But then again, like if we start adding colliders and rigid bodies here, then this is more than a visual generation. But maybe that's okay. Let's see. Collider. Set collider, and I want this one to be a sphere, okay. And we haven't implemented it. Okay, so that's our first task, I reckon. Although, yeah, definitely. So we only have bounds here, do we? Bounds, box, sphere, capsule, mesh. We do have mesh as well, okay. HG, what's up, what's up? Long time no see, man. It's going pretty good. Getting back into it, you know. How about you? Hope 2026 have been treating you all right so far. Okay, sphere. So this is our first task or issue I'm gonna make. Although I wonder, do we want to get... So if we take a look at our task here and compare it to... Make creature stand. Creature generation graph system. Okay, so I'm gonna add a new task here. But actually, isn't it better with a collection type of issue? Extend the... Yeah, we're probably gonna create a issue similar to this one. Extend the creature generation graph system. Now we take this one and we create a new issue. It's gonna be our number 2. Actually, this is Sten related, and the one we're doing now is Blob related. But yeah, we'll see. We're just gonna name it Extend Creature Generation Graph System 2. 2. And what do we have? It's enhancement and implementation. Actually, we can go this. Or let me do this first. HG, did you have a good break? Yeah, I did. It's been very nice. Hectic, but like the nice type of hectic, you know. How about you? Now we're gonna skip that. To do. Okay. What I want to do here first of all then is we want to add set collider node. So add sphere, or actually implement sphere option in set collider node. Okay, so that's the first task we're gonna do. Make this one work. Sphere, we probably, yeah, we want origo and radius. That's about it. And yeah, maybe we can start there. And then I want to add rigid body as well. Or nah, maybe we can skip rigid body. Maybe creature itself should add rigid body automatically. Pretty sure it will. Okay, we will add this one and see where that leaves us. HG, most tame holidays I've had in years, to be honest. Just me and my girlfriend watch movies with my sister. That actually sounds pretty damn good. It's nothing wrong with tame holidays, right? Okay, so what do we have? Set collider editor node. Here we have switch, and we want to add a switch that is case set collider editor node. Or set collider runtime node input type. What? Yeah, sphere. Add input port float. That's not really what I want. Bam. Here. Radius. Or let's do origo. Okay, then what I really want. Yeah. That's a 90s reference, right? I miss them. Damn, they were good, Spice Girls. Yo, what's up, GDs? Long time indeed. Hope 26 is treating you all right. HG, no, tame is good. Usually it's a ton of family and hours of driving. Yeah, that's pretty much the holidays I had. Like hectic, not hours of driving though, but hectic and a lot of family. Okay, so this one we call sphere origo. Input maybe. Sphere origo. And come on, there we go. Sphere radius input. Yes. Sphere radius. Something like that. And then... Okay. Sphere... No, actually I would have... Okay, yeah, we're gonna do it like that. Here. Something like that, I think, which means that we will hopefully have the proper input. Sphere origo, sphere radius. Origo, we definitely want this one to be a vector 3, right? And not a float. And then I wonder, when it comes to the runtime node... Okay, this is good. I'm just gonna take... the radius here, we're just gonna take it from here. But the origo... I would like to be able to get the position from this one, but we're just gonna leave it as 0, 0, 0 for now. Yes, okay, let's see what we have. Set collider runtime node. So we send in input type here, but no values, right? Is compatible with connection. And return mesh or bounce. We're probably gonna want to solve this in some other way eventually. Then connection dot can output vector 3. Input type bounce, input type mesh, case sphere. The problem is origo. For now, I'm just gonna do try get input probably 1 here. Actually 2. Zero, 1, 2. We can't get it, we return false, otherwise we create this one. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, let's see if it works. We do get one error, and it's object reference not set to an instance. Okay, yeah, because we probably fails. Try get setting up. Failed to generate that collider. Why, oh why? I'm a little bit worried about this one, element 0 here. Failed to generate game creatures generation graph set collider runtime node. Why did this one fail? Probably related to this one, right? Ah, yeah. Input count 2. We have... That's true. This is something I don't think we have had to handle previously. To tell the truth, I'm a little bit worried about exactly what to do here. I don't think we have handled this one previously, at least. So the number of inputs here depend on the number of inputs here depends on the input type. Sphere has 3, while Mesh only has 2. Which means that this is the first time we actually have a dynamic here, input count, output count. So, we want to override this one, definitely. We definitely want to override it, but we might want to add some more logic here. Right, and then we want to add some more logic here, depending on the input type, and yeah. Or solve in some other ways. We're probably going to solve this in some other way. And I think... I guess we can start by just doing... Yeah, let's do it in a rough way. So we do input type equal to sphere. If so, we do 3, otherwise 2. Output count, always 1. And then here we do switch input type. Oh, yeah, vector 3. But here we do case bounds. And then we want to have mesh as well. Is this how I want to do it? I think so. So then we skip this. Is compatible with connection. So if it's 0, we check can it return game object, whatever we try to connect. If so, it's compatible. If it's bounds, we also check and connection input index is 1, bounds, otherwise float, mesh. Okay, yeah. I think this is what we want to do. I'm a little bit worried about this one still, because the fact is, yeah, we have 3 inputs, but we don't really utilize the second one. Let's try this one. We get some errors. Yeah, so I'm a little bit worried about this. Or this is probably the problem we're having, isn't it? Yes. Why though? Add input is compatible with connection. Now we try to add it. Inputs, input count. It should be okay, shouldn't it? I want to check how we solved. So I know that we have this one, for instance. We don't use Origo here. Dynamic mesh generator editor node. Dynamic mesh generation runtime node. If it's an icosphere, we get radius here. Icosphere setup. Oh, fuck me. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Actually, I don't recognize this. Let's see here. When we create a dynamic mesh slicer editor, we do random editor node slices. Okay, we always create the same size here. Okay, that's good to know. So we actually don't have anything working when it's like this. So like when we want an input here to radius, or when we have a node that we want to generate a value for during runtime and use it as an input to another node, we currently don't have that working. because we have all previously we only relied on like static values like this. Or this one, that is. Okay. Not entirely sure how the index can be out of bounds here though, since 3 or 2. 1 sec. Could it be? Nope. Let's just do 3, see if we have an issue then. Like, I'm wondering if the type gets set after. Yeah, that works. So I reckon we try and fetch this one before we have an input type. That this one is called before this one, but that doesn't make sense, does it? But I think PG King meeting is over, thank God. Not a good meeting, I take it. So first this one. But PG King, it was an okay meeting, just too long. Okay, nice. How's it going? It's going yeah, it's going okay. So I just want to see, I want to try this with my own option here, or my own code. So input type, setting input type Fuck, I think it is this one. Setting input type. Let's just do this as well. And then we're gonna make this, yeah, we're gonna make this one cashless, I think. Just to try this, and set collider cashless, and save. Setting cashless true, setting input type yes. Okay, so that explains it. That means that this one is called first. So input count here doesn't really work with if we do input type dynamic like this. Like the problem is that this one gets called before we have set this one. I guess that's a problem with doing. I mean, maybe it's better overall if we just do, when we add input here, inputs. Fuck, when and where do we want to fix this? Or define this? Tueno, how do you use AI to generate code properly? I feel like I depend on it too much. I feel like I depend on it too little, honestly. Just trying to include it more and more. I don't really trust it fully just yet, or I don't trust it enough to let agents run amok in my code. But I'm dipping my toes here with Copilot in VS Code. I think it works pretty good so far. Mostly relying on the autocomplete. But we will see where it takes us. Like I'm a little bit of a control freak. I want to have like 100% control of my code. So every AI generated line, I try to go through it. Like really go through it. But okay, let's see here. So this is a little bit of a bad position we find ourselves in. We set something in the constructor of the child class here, but whatever we set here, we rely on it in the base class. So that sucks. We're probably gonna have to define it as separate methods. I don't like that either, actually. What we could do is... yeah, what the fuck. Input count and output count. Do we only use this one? I'm pretty sure we only use it for this one, actually. So... why not let the derived class just instantiate it themselves, right? What I'm getting at is inputs. We do this and this. Is that stupid? Is start node. We use it here as well, though. Okay. We're gonna handle this one, but before we do, I need to run AFK. I'm gonna grab myself a new cup of coffee. Have to make it first, though. So we're gonna take a, I don't know, 5-minute-ish break. So be right back. Okay, back. Let's see if we can solve this one. I wonder what happens if, like, a quick fix could probably be to just do, like, always keep it at 3 here, right? Which means that we will most likely, most of the time, create one too many inputs. Maybe that's better than, that's definitely better than getting an error, but it's a pretty cheap solution. I don't even know if it works at runtime. Looks like it does. Blob 0 times 22. Where do we have it? Here we have it, and it actually, we actually have a sphere collider, but what I notice now is that we don't have a mesh, which is a little bit weird since we have dynamic mesh generator editor node, dynamic mesh to mesh editor node, and set mesh. I think it has to do with radius here, because this one has the same issue we just solved for this one, i.e. It doesn't work with runtime radius. The radius needs to be inserted like this, right? So this is definitely an issue I need to handle, but we're gonna solve it. We're gonna do the ugly solution today, and then when I get the time I can think about how to solve it. So improve something like that. Did you King alright? Ads are done. I swear they're getting dumber and dumber. Or maybe just the French ones. I think I see something similar here in Sweden, actually. It's crazy. I mean, most ads have been pretty dumb for a while. I know. It's pretty insane these days, however. I wonder how many of them are like partly AI generated. Yeah, or maybe getting older does that. That's definitely one parameter of it, I would say. Okay, so what I'm getting at is we have a node, generators, dynamic mesh generator editor node. No, I want to check the dynamic mesh generator runtime node. And what sucks here is that we send in a setup, and then we use that setup to get to create our cube, plane, icosphere, whatever. So that means that we try and do, if we have icosphere here, we try to get radius by doing this. Try get value radius. And I think this one will fail. because we have a node as input here, we don't have any value. We have a node that generates a value, which means that radius will be 0 and we don't get a mesh. So what I'm getting at here is, I can go two different ways here. Either we skip this for now and always generate them with a static size, or I try to fix this now. Point, oops, line, edge, plane, rectangle, triangle, cube. I'm not entirely sure how I want to solve this. And subdivision and rounding, those two are settings up here, so they are static. These two, however, are not. We probably want to... Might have various inputs in the future. Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, yes. So... what do I want to do? Fuck me. We're gonna do... It's gonna have to look something like this, unfortunately. Try get input. Depending on what type. Okay. So this is probably what we want to do. Although I'm a little bit worried about... We still have the issue of inputs. Let's see here. Of this one being instantiated before we actually have input count here. Is start node. Why do we use this one? No, we don't. Okay, screw that one. So I think we're going to do inputs are going to be instantiated This one is going to be instantiated in the subclasses. Input count. Output count. Do we use this one? We use it in the cache here, of course, of course. Output is probably okay, but input. Okay. So I think what I want to do is this one right here. We're not gonna instantiate it here. This is stupid. I wonder, like, do most of these has their own constructors, don't they? And we have this one, set mesh runtime node. Or you know what? Why don't we do it like this? Okay, I thought about doing... Where do we have it? That this one takes an integer of how many inputs it has, but maybe that's not such a good idea either. Tuano, what are these scripts for? Doesn't look like level generator. These scripts are for creating this editor graph and runtime graph, and it's used to generate our creatures basically. So we define how a creature looks and how like different properties of it should be randomized and generated at runtime. How that is done is defined by a graph like this, and that's what we're currently working with. Or working on, rather. But yeah, okay, dynamic input count for our nodes. This one is... What you could do also is set collider runtime node. You could create a set of sub nodes here. Honestly, that's probably the best option, isn't it? Huh. Of course it is. Of course. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the best option actually. So what if we do... We'll leave this. Set collider runtime node. Do we need... No, I don't think so. So I won. Okay, let's try this real quick. So if we split set collider runtime node into then we can probably solve this one as well. But that would mean that for each option here we would have a separate class. With we wouldn't have to set this one, we wouldn't have to define it, so we wouldn't have this. We still need it for our set collider editor node though. So this one here. That's true. This one, we would support dynamic here. So basically we would be defining this per class. Yeah, what the hell, I'm pretty sure that's the way to go. So we're gonna move this one. Set collider editor node, we put it can we put it in here? Yeah, okay, we want to fix this. Tuana, as a Unity beginner, literally don't understand anything. Lol. I will get there, you will get there. I'm currently designing level for my game though. Found it so time consuming placing prefab manually. Do you have any advice? I think, like, depending what type of game you have and stuff like that, there exists a few nice assets on the asset store to speed up the manual work of level design or level creation. That's pretty much the only tip I can give you. I haven't really done many games with human-made levels, you know? So I don't know that much about level design. Okay, so what I want to do here then in set collider runtime node is I want to do set collider runtime node, but we want to create bounce, box, sphere, capsule. We're gonna just start with bounce, sphere, and mesh because that's the ones we have. So we're gonna have set bounce, actually set cube. It's called Box Collider. Set Box Collider runtime node. It takes 2 inputs. Or actually... yeah, it takes 2 inputs. Because we do it by bounds. We skip this one. Set Box Collider runtime node. And bool cashless. And we skip this one. We don't even need this one anymore. Is compatible with connection. Okay, this is, I think this is way better, because what we do then is this can output. Okay, so the can output, we're pretty much gonna have the same here for all of our set box collider or set star collider runtime nodes, but we can leave it like this. Yo, what's up, JG? Hope 26 is treating you all right, man. Generate output bounds. Then here we just do this. Okay, I think this is way better, honestly. But what I'm a little bit worried about is cache. No, I think it should be okay. Yeah, it should be okay. Oh yeah, we need... Unfortunately, we need something like this as well, but that's okay. But okay, so we have something like this, and the idea then is that we create one class like this for each collider type we want to set. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. JD, how is everything, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Everything is good. Feels great to be back streaming. A little bit sad that it's only gonna be 2 times a week to start this year, but still feels great. How about you? And can we... yeah, we're gonna do this. So then we're gonna add this one as well, and it's gonna be set sphere collider runtime node input count 3. Yes. And instead of bounds here, we're gonna have... yeah, we're gonna add a second one here, and it's gonna be float, and this one is gonna be vector 3. This is our center point of the collider, and this is our radius. We're gonna have to fix this one as well soon. And then we have this one we want to solve. So we replace this one with vector 3. So we have center, vector 3, 0, radius, 0, f, try get input float, 2, vector 3, 1. And then we have add component sphere collider, center, radius, and that's about it. I think. And then finally we do... Actually... Let's take this one. Set mesh collider runtime. Yes. And here we change this one to mesh. And here then we want to change this one to mesh. Mesh collider, add component mesh collider. Yeah, something like this. Input count 2 as well. Okay, so now we have 3 classes here in set collider runtime node. Set mesh collider, set sphere collider, set box collider. We don't have any switch cases or anything like that. And these are like decided statically, or we define them now and not at runtime. So what's left to do then is in the set collider editor node, on define ports here to runtime node. Input type, we want to read input type, and we want to read cache-less, and then we do switch input type yes. Yeah, and we need a default here as well. Something like this. We're still not going to get a mesh on our creature yet, but hopefully we'll get a... yeah, that's true. Hopefully we will get a... Hopefully we will get a collider though. Let's see. Yeah, we need to fix this one as well. Oops. So here we have an error as well. Can I not... disable node. Like, I wonder why set collider editor node. hate that I can't just, like, why do I need to delete it and add that collider editor node, re-add it? Did I really change it that much? Bounds. Okay, now we don't have any errors anymore. Okay, that's good. PG King, alright, it's time for me to head to work. Feels bad, man. Thank you for the stream and the vibes. Thank you for stopping by, appreciate it, and good luck at work. See you later indeed. What's up, Itmost? How's it going? It's going pretty good. Pretty good. How about you? Okay, let's see if we can get a sphere collider on our creature here now. We get an error instead. Something is not set. I don't know. Creature blob visual generation graph. We have set sphere collider runtime node. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Yes, of course. So what I want to do is, let's stop this one and let's do creature blob. And let's add, okay, this is a little bit of an ugly part, but we're going to fix this one eventually. Random editor node, because I want to solve this. We're going to have static connections eventually. So if we don't have anything connected here, we just want to create a static value that represents this. But for now, we're going to do random editor node 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, like this. And then we save it. And now we will hopefully still get an error for some reason. Whoa. Why don't I get, let's see here, save. Is it something that fails here? Element 1 here, we still don't have a proper Itmost, don't we all struggle in C#? But it's like the enjoyable type of struggle, you know? Why is this one still node input 2? Oh, one sec. Here we have it. Input 2, input 0. Okay, so that's good. We have this one as input. Oh yeah, here we... Yeah. Fuck, I'm tired. So... let's take this one. And put it here. There we go. We save it. And we run it. But still an error here. Yo, what's up, Yash? What is a visual generation graph? It's like something we have defined ourselves using the Unity Graph toolkit. And it's used to like visually generate the visuals of a creature in our game. So we use a graph, like a node-based graph, to define how our creature looks, and then based on that rule set, it will be generated during runtime. But right now, for some damn reason, I can't really get this one to work. And I have no idea why. Clear, stop. Let's take this one and we save it. Setting up input. Is it this one that screws it? Maybe. Let's do bam. Bam. And then we save it. And then we play. You still get an error. The logs looks like everything is going okay. What the fuck? Creature blob definition, creature blob visual generation graph. Everything looks good here as well. It worked previously. What do we have? Set sphere collider runtime node. Are we missing something here? Okay, let's figure out. I'm pretty sure it's this node. That's fucked. So save. Play. Yeah, this works. Never mind. That leads to a Unity crash. Okay. Yash, does this help with more random enemies, like the same enemy with different meshes / looks? Yeah, pretty much, but replace enemies with creatures, friendly creatures. And you're spot on. So we're gonna generate like right now we're working on like generating a blob-like creature. So one random property there might be just like radius of the blob. Then we're gonna have like random color of it, maybe even random shape. We will see where it goes. I wonder why we crashed though. That's weird. Okay, we saved this one and let's try it again. I won't let a editor crash deter me. Now it works. We get blob 00 here. Okay, so it's actually, it seems to be when we add our collider, that's when we get the error. But this time we don't get it for some reason, and we generate a blob with a collider. Okay. So, I'm pretty sure this has to do with the fact that we had some corrupted data in our visual generation graph scriptable object. Yeah. Yash, have you published any games before this one? Yeah, 3 games, but they are all discontinued. They were on App Store and Google Play Store previously. Not anymore though. So where do we have our monster? Here we have it. 0.36. Okay. Yeah, I never added the definition here. We're gonna do it eventually. Okay, so that's one. So what I want to do now is I want this one to use these as well. So random Oregon, random radius, but the Origo isn't that random actually. Okay, this works. But we still don't get a mesh, and the reason we don't get a mesh is because the mesh still doesn't work properly with this one. Dynamic mesh generator here, runtime. So we have setup here. And we do it like this. So this is very similar to how we solved our Collider runtime node problem, and I want to solve this one the exact same way. I don't want to do I want to remove as many switch cases as we can here, and instead we're going to have separate classes, just like Collider. So instead of having a lot of branching within the class, we just create 3 different classes here, all inheriting from generation runtime node. And we're going to do the exact same thing in dynamic mesh generator runtime node. Although, yeah, and then we're going to solve, I think I have a pretty good idea of how I want to solve this, because if we take a look at this node and the Origo, I want to be able to take, like this one should be, we should be able to define it here, and we should be able to define it like this. Currently we will only be able to define it like this, but that's okay. Yash, are you working on this alone, and what are your plans with this game? Yes, I am. And at the beginning of today's stream, which is the first stream this year, by the way, I stated that my goal this year will be to have a playable version at the end of the year. It's going to be bare bones and pretty basic, but like I want to have a game at the end of this year. Maybe it can work as a very, very basic early access type of thing, you know. And we will take it from there. So dynamic mesh generator, let's clean this up a bit by doing... so what do we have here? Dynamic mesh generator runtime editor. We have geometry type. Where do we have geometry type defined actually? I like that one. Geometry. Why can't I jump to this one? Beautiful, beautiful. But I'm pretty sure it's not this one we're using, is it? But rather this one we can jump to. Data. Here we go. This one, okay. Shapes, geometry type. Okay, beautiful. But for now, we're just gonna do cube and icosphere, okay? Okay, we actually used plane, cube, and icosphere here, so let's do the same. So we're gonna do dynamic mesh, dynamic plane, dynamic mesh plane generator, dynamic plane mesh generator. Yeah. Dynamic plane mesh generator, runtime node. Input count 2. I'm pretty sure. So if we take a look at the plane setup here. We actually have origin, normal, and size. So we're gonna have 3. We're not gonna have setup anymore. Is compatible with connection, yes. Let's see here, connection 0. We want to check for vector 3, vector 3, vector 2. This. Yeah, how long have you been working on this game? I see the devlogs go 4 years down the line. Fuck, is it really 4 years? I guess it is. Yeah, like devlog 0 released pretty much a month after I started, like, I added the first character to the design document. Can output dynamic mesh. Generate output. Yeah, so here instead we're gonna do one singular bit. Thank you for the one singular bit. Appreciate it. And we're gonna change, yeah, let's just do this actually. We're gonna need to get a lot of input here though. So we want to get size, subdivision and size, that's true. I think we're gonna do because we need to send down subdivision and rounding here as well. Okay, we're gonna do this. System. Public class dynamic mesh generator runtime node. And actually we're gonna make this one abstract. And we're gonna have, yeah, can output. This one we can take away and just add here. We have subdivision first and then rounding. Okay, we do it like this. Actually, rounding should be float. Okay. Then we have create plane here. Yeah, subdivision, rounding, and then the size. The size is something we're gonna have to get from the previous. Okay, we're gonna get an error here as well. Maybe, we'll see. I think we will. That's okay. When we generate the output here, when we generate a plane, we actually want to get 3 values. We want to get origo, normal, and size. That's what we want to get. So it's gonna look a lot similar to this right here. I guess we can take this one actually. So before we create the plane here, we get center, we get normal, and finally we get vector 2 size. But I want to change this to 0, 1, 2. I want to change this one to size. Yes. So when we generate output for dynamic plane mesh, we get center, normal, size, and create plane. Input count 3, output count 1. Actually, this one, we can put this one here. Input count, however, we put here. Okay, so that's one done. Actually, let's copy this one. And then we do public class dynamic cube. And fuck, I forgot what we have, what kind of settings we have here. So let's jump to this one. We have Origo cube and size cube, vector 3 and vector 3. So for this one, for the cube, dynamic cube mesh generator, here we just have two inputs. Both are vector 3. And we changed the name of this one to be, center is okay, but this one should be size. Create cube size. Yeah, we don't use the Origo just yet, but in the future we will. I think that's it for this one. And then finally we have the one dynamic icosphere. Subdivision rounding cashless. Input count 2, I think. We have vector 3 center, and then we have a float for radius. Change this one to okay. Radius. Can't I get... fuck it. 0F. There we go. I think that's about it for this one as well. So now we have dynamic mesh generator runtime node. It has 3 derived classes currently. We're gonna get more, but plane, cube, and icosphere. So now we just need to change dynamic mesh generator editor node. When we finally generate this one eventually, cashless rounding subdivision current geometry. So here, instead of creating a plane setup and then doing this, what we do instead is we do return dynamic cube mesh generator runtime node create empty. Maybe that would have been good, but new, and we want all of those, but we also want subdivision rounding cashless. No, actually, that's the only ones we want. Which makes me wonder, is this really enough? Set collider editor node. I think it is. Okay. So if it's a rectangle, we'll return dynamic plane. If it's a cube, we'll return dynamic cube mesh generator. And if it's an icosphere, this. It's a little bit nicer, I think. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of errors here now, and I think we're gonna have some corrupted data, worst case. Worst case. I will remove that one. Or maybe not, actually. Okay. And then I save this one, and let's see if it works. No error, that's good. And we have this one here. We don't really have any mesh. I'm still wondering if that might be because I fucked it up. No, I didn't. So somewhere when we generate this one, we fail. Let's see if we get fail. Okay, no failed. So when we convert this editor graph to runtime graph, it doesn't fail. What, when we run it, do we try get, no failed. Could it be because dynamic mesh runtime? What do we have? Icosphere. Element 7. Oh, okay. Could it be system serializable? Everything looks good. Generate a new game creatures generation graph, dynamic icosphere mesh. No errors whatsoever. So where's my mesh? Hmm. One sec, subdivision. Let's see what happens if we have a subdivision of 0 and play. Still nothing, huh? Oh, of course. We don't have a mesh renderer yet. My bad, my bad, my bad. Fucking hell. How the hell did we manage with Sten? Do we add a mesh renderer as well? Or does the set material editor mode? Game object instantiator. Set mesh. Set mesh editor node. Now set mesh editor mode should this one should generate it, I think. Or no. Did I actually? Yeah, it's probably up to the set material runtime node to add it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's probably the way we want it. So when we try and add a material, it checks if it currently has a material. If it doesn't, or no, it currently checks if it has a skin mesh renderer. If it doesn't, it checks if it has. Yeah, it checks if it has this one. If it doesn't, it checks if it has a mesh renderer. If it doesn't, it adds it. Yeah, that's the way we want it. Shouldn't really be able to render a mesh without a material. So let's just add one real quick to our node graph. Let's do it before collider. So add material, or actually set material editor node. And the material right now is just going to be some temporary material, I think. Basic lit. And then we jump play it. And now we have something here. Yeah, we do. Is this our basic lit? That's pretty weird. Shitgraph's basic lit. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Blob. It's not really a blob. It's just a non-subdivided icosphere, but that's okay for now. I want to use another material for it. I think we're going to use a cell shade gray 150, I think. So we get some nice outlines on it as well. And some weird... That's okay, that's okay. Okay, but that's a good start. Let's change. Let's do subdivision 2, rounding 1. Play again. This time around we have... No subdivision. Okay. Don't we do anything here? We're gonna check it out. I just wanna change this one first. Cell shade 200. Okay, so why doesn't the subdivision work? We send it in here, right? We set it here. This subdivision is equal to subdivision. Create icosphere. Subdivision is 0 by default, but then we subdivide. Don't we... Yeah, we don't do any subdivision here whatsoever. I'm wondering if it's because the subdivision, something isn't working with the subdivision implementation, or if it's something here. Where do we have it? Dynamic icosphere mesh generator runtime node. Yes, that's probably it, because we can't save it to a scriptable object unless it's serialized. Now we serialize subdivision and it should probably, hopefully, be okay. Yes. I'm gonna have to fix this, but yeah, that's okay. That's good. Beautiful. That's way more similar to a blob. I want to add a rigid body as well, but rigid body. Like, that's one of those things. I wonder if I'm wondering if that's something we want to do per script. Probably yes. We don't want to do it in the graph. Nah, I don't want to do it in the graph. No, bro studio, what's up, what's up? It's going good, actually. Like it's the first stream this year. So yeah, it's going good. I'm gonna keep it short. How about you? How are you doing today? I had this idea that creature should be a subclass of or inherit. Where do we have it? Animate entity. But fucking hell, no, it should not. Because animate entity, we are gonna have creatures that are just dynamic. So entities, static objects, dynamic entities are dynamic objects. Animate entities are entities or objects that can create energy themselves, or like movement themselves. And playable entity, the name says it all. So no, creature is not gonna be derived from animate entity, but we definitely want to add it though. I don't know how I want to handle this. If we take a look at our character, playable character, if we take a look at him, and we have playable entity. In playable entity and dynamic entities, and or actually in playable entities and animate entities, we have an action handler where we define all the actions the entity can do. And when we define these, when we define, for instance, what do we have here? Hold, jump, we can take hold. We have an action hold, and when we define the hold action, we also define a lot of stuff related to that. I think we even define... Do we not define it here? Playable... playable, lie, set, assume, equip. I was pretty sure we defined anchor point. Oh, that is true. That's pretty good, actually. I don't think we define the anchor points here, but instead we define them in body, do we? Anchor points. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on this system a bit, because the idea is that we're going to generate some creatures given a node system like this, and those creatures are going to have like, or they are going to be able to do actions like hold, and we're going to have to define, like, when they do a hold action, what do they actually hold the item with? No bro studio, I'm alright, working on a modular weapon system right now. Not fun a game, just like a package I can use in future games. Oh, nice. I just love the word, or I love the word modular and what it implies. So that's nice to hear. Okay, but we don't need to worry about that right now. What we need to worry about is, okay, the rigid body kind of thing. Creature. Okay, the rigid body, we're gonna add it here. I'm gonna have to figure out, I'm gonna have to think about the action stuff, but for now we're gonna add creature mono behavior. Here, we're gonna do then again, do I want to define it in definition? Probably not. I don't know if I want to specify what kind of components. Like our definition, scriptable objects are basically our creature prefabs here. All of our creatures are going to be generated at runtime, so I can't really like instantiate a prefab, store it as prefab. But yeah, we're gonna have to store it here. That's true. Okay, every creature is gonna have a rigid body, so we might as well do private void awake if actually rigid body RB is equal to get component rigid body if RB then we add it, and then we want to add a mass to it. The mass we will eventually get from creature definition, but for now we're just going to do mass is equal to 1. I wonder what the default setting is. Use gravity true and is kinematic false. Fuck it. That's quite a lot of stuff actually. Let's keep it like this. Mass use gravity is kinematic. Is there anything else? You know what? We probably want to generate this, the rigid body and stuff in... Oh shit. We probably want rigid body inside of these, because we're probably gonna have... I don't know, I will keep it here for now. I wonder if we're gonna have like sub-rigid bodies eventually. Maybe we will. Actually, when it comes to rigid body, don't we want interplate, collision detection, dynamic maybe? Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Indeed, I'm back. Hope 26 is treating you all right so far. Well, to Ano, Q to jump, not space. Yeah, I know. I know. We're gonna fix that eventually, I promise, I promise. Feels like I'm getting like a little bit of a freeze frame, but yeah. It's probably okay, it's probably okay. Okay. Okay, that's great. So now we have a simple blob generated here. It's pretty much just a icosphere currently, subdivided twice. K, it's going okay so far. Q to jump, exclamation point, question mark. Yeah, I know. Glad to hear that it's going okay so far. Sorry that I might have made it go a little bit less good by having Q to jump. That's how it is. So what I want to do next is, okay, as I said at the beginning of this stream, I don't want to dive too deep into random shit for too long. So we're gonna do like 90%. I want to create a simple... Actually, one sec. Does this one have random creature spawner? Do we have random size here? No, we don't. Yeah, we do. Look at this. We even have random sizes. 0.45, 0.31, 0.44. Beautiful. Okay, so what I want to do now is we're gonna get like 90% done on how it... Actually, I'm gonna wait with that until tomorrow, but I can mention it. So what I want is, I want my blobs to be semi-transparent. I want them to blur. Sorry about that. I want them to blur whatever is behind them and refract whatever is behind them. And I also want them to, like, when we see through them, I want outlines to be visible through them. So all of that is very similar to the water we have created, right? But I also want my blobs to have outlines on them, right? So that means we're gonna have an object that is transparent but also have outlines, and that's gonna be a little bit of a problem because of our render pipeline currently, because we do we render all objects that are gonna have outlines first before we do transparency, then we do the outlines, and then we do transparency. I don't think we have to change anything in the render pipeline, the order or stuff like that. But we're gonna have to add a little bit of an extra we want to be able to handle when we render objects to the outlines data texture, where we have the outlines, normals and alpha channels and stuff like that. Like I want to be able to render layered normals on that one. But we're gonna do that tomorrow. I just wanted to mention it. I only got like 20 more minutes today. So what we can do instead is let's see here, do we have anything left here? Okay, so what we can do now instead is get this one to work a little bit better with we want to make it into an entity, because I don't think it is currently. Creature spawner, let's remove this one and this one, and let's see. So yeah, we can't highlight it or anything because Blob is currently, it's a creature. It's just default layer. We want to put this one on at least dynamic entity, I think. And that's pretty much where we want to add. Yeah. We want to add, so animate entity in this case. I wonder what happens if we add a animate entity. The blob, yeah, it's gonna look beautiful eventually, I hope. Ah, fuck, how do we want to do here? Get private, body definition, animator. Okay, let's see what happens if we just add an animate entity to it. So creature, we add a rigid body, and then we do animate entity. And we just do it like this initially. We actually get a crash again. I'm wondering why. After the stream, I'm gonna update the Unity editor, and hopefully it's because of the unstable version. Details. Let's see here. Okay, let's see if we can play it now without an error. Okay, let's see what we have here now. We have mesh renderer, sphere, collide creature, rigid body, and then we add body definition thanks to the animate entity, I think. We have an animator, we have an attribute handler. Yeah, that's about it. Animate entity. We have an animate action handler with 0 actions, so we can't do any actions. Interactable list. Don't we get an... I thought we got some interactabilities by default, but I guess not. Entity. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't have any by default, but I guess that's okay. And we get 1 error. That's not set to. So is it this one then? Actions is a dictionary. Get actions. Animate actions. Yeah, okay, we never instantiate this one. I see. Yeah, the problem is okay, so I wonder if we're probably not gonna... Okay, we're gonna do it like this. So, playable action handler or animate action handler will be created at runtime. Playable action handler will not. We'll create it like by prefab. So animate action handler, I think we're gonna add a constructor here. We don't have any constructor here. So we're gonna do animate actions. Public animate action handler. Animate actions, yes. But what I want to do here is I want to send in a let's see here, action input action type. That's not what I want. Game actions type. So I want to send in a game.actions.type available actions, or we're just going to do actions, and it's going to be an array. But then per action, we're pretty much going to have to instantiate a new action like this. Then we don't have any dependencies defined here. Fuck yeah, that's true. We define the dependencies like this. Okay, that's good. Like when we create a animate action handler, I also want to like send in, I want to like message what type of actions are available and stuff like that. But then again, I wonder, yeah, we're probably gonna define that one in, yeah, we're probably gonna define that in the definition here, maybe. Would that work? I'm still a little bit afraid of all the specific setup per action that we're gonna have to handle. Yeah, but we can probably define it here. Whoa, we can define it like this. Okay. So we can actually do animate action handler. We do game actions. Action. That's how we do it. And animate actions is equal to actions. And then we just define in creature. Creature definition, I mean. Visual generation graph. actions. Field. We could probably just do serialized field. Oops. But then again, yeah, I think we need to do. Where do we have? Animate entity. Playable entity. Antonino, what's up? Do you stop streaming at 2 p.m. today? Yeah, today unfortunately I do. There's a slight possibility that I might go longer next week. Animate entity. I think we just want to do this here actually. So the idea then is that we define what kind of actions a creature can do here, interactability, and this is also where we define in what way they can be interacted with. So for the blob, for instance, we can add, it's going to be able to consume stuff, or actually we can start with, it's going to be able to focus stuff. It's going to be able to consume stuff or inspect stuff, consume stuff, jump eventually. Something like that. Hold. Nah, it's not going to be able to hold. So, okay, we define it like this. GDs, are you leaning into scriptable objects architecture? Yes, indeed I do, or I am. But I was pretty much led here by chance, I suppose. But okay, let's see. I think this is the way I want to do it. So yeah, I'm gonna have to run now. I think it was a good first stream of the year. Beautiful progress. I have a lot to think about, and hopefully, like the upside of me only streaming 2 times each week now might be that I have more time to plan for my streams, so we have a little bit of more code, less planning during the streams, but we'll see. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. GDs, even though I worked for 6 months with SOs, I still don't think it's a scalable enough solution. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to find out as well. But yeah, I need to run. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. In 26, I will be streaming less, so I will be back on Monday if nothing unforeseen happens. So have a great rest of the week and have a great weekend. Peace.